have high fever, stiff muscles, and confusion,
to address a possible life-threatening condition, or if you have uncontrollable muscle movements,
as these could become permanent.
Yes, I do. Pain pulls in every section, pull but the frame falls. Falling like satellites, every person they got is feeling their brain jaws. On the roof, I killed the kids and the love of his life too.
やいやあハイテンションと硬いテンポ愛戦どうするじゃいけん GO から大剣回旋砲回転塔から内見 GO ハイテンションと硬いテンポ愛戦どうするじゃいけん GO から大剣回旋砲大東海の街頭倍走笑いが惨めなバイト会長ぶってる体調ゼンマイ仕掛けの倍長内臓退屈なサイクル丸め込んだ怪物ハイブルーがブリな点で変なバイブスぶち壊したれば B をダメはダメなり当てはないか金ナビなんかそこにバレば B 巻いて巻いて巻いて巻いてさらに勝てりゃそれが B これが B と言うんでなくてやっぱこれが B 現代変化つけた罰先輩に乗る大変馬鹿げた発言にはグーを作る人格数仲割るほどに上がる心拍数はたっぷりアコギだが良い棒を握るた土地からそして生まれた時から続けてきたこの遊び方ラッシャー回転塔から内言語ハイテンションと硬いテンポ愛戦どうするじゃいけん eyaculativo. Das, mijo.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone. Chum, I see you in the chat. Hello, hope you're still here, because I'm going to be playing a lot of Higurashi today. Okay, I put a video on my channel yesterday, and as I said in that, I'm still feeling kind of sick, so my voice might sound a little under the weather, but I am rapidly improving. I'm feeling a lot better than I did yesterday, and yesterday I felt a lot better than I did the day before. Okay. So, I do think I'm feeling good enough to do my daily prayer. I was considering not doing it if I'm gonna, like, cough and wheeze through the whole thing, but I think I'll go ahead and do it. Rei.かけまくも賢きずなぎの狼、つくしのひまかの立花のおどの脇腹に、みそぎ腹へ玉石時に、なりませる腹へどの狼たち、もろもろのまがごと積みけがれ、あらむおば腹へ玉い、清め玉へと申すことを聞こしめせと、かしこみも申す。礼。高間の腹にかむずまります。すめらがむつかむろぎかむろみのみこともちて、やろずの神たちをかむつどえにつろえたまい、かむはかりにはかりたまいて、あがすめみまのみことは豊足原の水尾の国を、やす国と平らけくしろを示せとことよさし祭りき、かくよさし祭りしくぬいちに、あらぶる神たちをばかむとわしにとわし、たまいに払いたまいて、ことといしはねきねたち草のかきばをもことやめて、雨の岩ぐらはなち雨のやえぐもいつのちわきにちわきて、天下しよさし祭りき、かくよさし祭りし、よもの国中と大山と日高みの国を安国とさらめ祭りて、下つい羽に宮柱ふとしきたて、高間の原にちぎちぎたかしりて、すめみまのみことの水のみあらかつかえ祭りて、天のみかげ日のみかげとかくりまして、安国と平らけくしろを示さむくぬちになりでむ。雨のます人らが過ちをかしけむ。くさぐさの罪ごとは雨包み国包みここだけの罪でむ。かくいでば雨つみやごと持ちて。雨つかなぎをもと打ち切りすえ打ち立ちて。ちくらのきくらに起きたらはして。雨つすがそうをもとかり立ちすえかりきりて。やはりに取り裂きて。雨つのりとのふとのりとごとのれ。かくのれば雨つ神は雨の岩と押し開きて。雨のやえぐもいつのちわきにちわきて。きこしめさむ国つかみは、竹山の末、引き山の末に登りまして、竹山のいほり、引き山のいほりをかき分けて、きこしめさむ、かくきこしめしてば、罪という罪をあらじと、しなどの風の雨の八重雲を吹き放つことのごとく、明日のみぎり、ゆべのみぎりを朝風、夕風の吹き払うことのごとく、大粒によるお船をへとき放ちて、大海原に押し放つことのごとく、落ち方の刺激が、元焼き釜と釜持ちて、打ち払うことのごとく残る罪はらじと払えたまい清めたまうことを竹山の末、木山の末より桜なりに落ちたぎつ、早川の背にます、背折りつ姫という神を海原に用いでなむ、角持ちでなば、嵐潮の潮のやおじのやしおじのやいにます、早きつ姫という神、持ちかかのみてむ、かかのみてば、いぶきどにます。いぶきど主という神、根の国そこの国にいぶき放ちてむ。かくいぶき放ちてば、根の国そこの国にます。はやさすらいめという神、持ちさすらい失いてば、てむ。かくさすらい失いてば、罪という罪はあらじと、払いたまいきよめ山おこと、天津神、国津神、あろうつの神たちともにきこしめせと申す。諏訪湖にお見渡りが現れますように。Right. Yeah, I'm here playing Yume Nikki. Nice. Was there a recent update or just playing it for old time's sake? I haven't touched it in a while, but I haven't, and I don't know if there's been any updates since I downloaded my copy. Gosh, when would that have been? Like 2020? Probably even earlier than that. I don't know. 風雪魔かはんやはらみた信行漢字財宝作業人はんやはらみた自称剣豪雲海空洞一切空役者利子式風意空空風意式式即税空空即税式重創業式役部尿税者利子税商法空想風商風滅風空風上風造風減税航空中無式無上創業式無限に微絶し無式小公未速報無限界内し無意識界無無明薬無無明人内し無老死薬無老死人無空襲滅動無知薬無得意無償特攻膨大殺大へはんやはらみた更新無軽減無軽減公無空不恩に一切天道無足業内反産税小物へ、はんやはらみた高徳あのくたら山脈三宝大、高知はんやはらみた税大人種、税大名種、税務上種、税務等々種、農場一切空真実風高校説はんやはらみた、収束説収圧ギャテ、ギャテ、原ギャテ、原総ギャテ、防止そわかはんや信業。Online version nowadays, so it get updated frequently. Ah, enjoyed doing nonogram puzzles on it. Interesting. Okay, yeah, I had to look up what nonogram is. I know it, but I didn't know the name for it. There's a version of that in Yume Nikki integrated. That's interesting. Do you like walk around the areas and solve the problems or something? Anyway, so Higurashi, right? I've been reading chapter... Here's my drink. Here's my water. Found an area in Yumaneki. Ah. So for Higurashi, I've gotten through this point in chapter 8 where there's the fragments. And from what I can tell, it's just like... Basically, we're going to see the whole story unfold in the quote-unquote proper way based on making all the right choices from everyone's angle. And so far, it just tells me... I've just been clicking on them in order, and it says, like, you know, can't pick up this fragment yet. So I've just been going through them one by one to see if, ones that will let me read them. If there's a more methodical way of it than that, I don't know what it would be. I need to know how to read this word, though, because I'm going to be seeing it a lot. Tsumugu, that's it. Tsumugemasu. One area and get you nice, that's nice. Hello? Hello, Alf Rules.
でしてダムの建設事業に伴う地域振興や地域産業の育成などですね。
そんなことは聞いてねえっつってんだろ。俺らの誰の断りがあってダムなんか作ろうって言い出したかって聞いてんだ。
おう、わしらから税金絞るだけ絞っといて。
Are you bands? No, I don't know what you're talking about. there might be a bit of a lag on your messages appearing on the stream, but that's just the way things are. You do whatever you can and it unlocks more things, if I remember right. Okay. What's the best faction for the new Vegas? I don't know what you're talking about. You're not banned, but if you're just gonna ask nonsense, I'm gonna start ignoring it.
先ほどから申し上げておりますように、
言い訳など聞いちゃならんねえ。いつ計画を中止するんか聞いとるんじゃい。お前じゃ話にならん。東京の建設大臣を連れてこい。ここではっきり白黒つけちゃう。突っ込まんか国家役人が。大体踊れら人様の税金で仕事しとってなんでわしらより高い段で話をしとるんじゃ。目線で話さんかい目線で。
体育館の中は同校に満ちていた。Did I say 体育館? Sorry, I thought you'd play Fallout New Vegas. That's okay. I don't. The only Bethesda game I really played was Morrowind. Which I do like, but I'm not like a pro at it or anything. I was, what did I play in Morrowind? Was a Breton mage, I think? So the answer is whichever one you would like. Or I don't know if they have it in Fallout, but maybe they have some like personality quiz to figure out which one you would fall into. That's what I did for Morrowind. Hinamizawa Dam Kihon Keikaku. Chigen Setsu Meikai. I did a talk on Heidegger for my university's philosophy society. You were a big inspiration and help, so I want to thank you for that. Well, you're very welcome, and that's awesome. I'm proud and excited to hear that you did that. Always glad to have people representing Heidegger. May I ask what you focused on in particular? Was it on Heidegger's philosophy at a glance, or did you focus on a particular work like Being in Time, or the question concerning technology? 表に出ている縦看板にはそう書かれていた。壇上で殺人の男が何か言おうとするたびに、マンバー満場の住民たちは一切に道具を浴びせかけ、それを塗りつぶす。それでは進行にならないので、それらを聞こえないかのように振る舞い、ダムの有用性をパネルで説明すればするほど、住民の声を聞かない政府の応募という図式になり、ますますに彼らの怒りを焚きつけた。男女と住民の席の間には空白地帯が設けられ、警官隊がスクラムを組制止線を作っていた。It was an overview of Being in Time, but with a focus on temporality, Zeitlichkeit, and why the work remained unfinished. That's cool. もしこれがなかったら、 住民たちはすぐにでも壇上に駆け上がり、取っ組み合いに発展していたに違いない。そんな傾向を僕はみんなの後ろから見守っていた。This is Hanyu talking. I knew it. She's Oyashiro-sama the whole time. 彼らが怒りの感情に飲み込まれているのがはっきりと色では見える。血の赤に徐々に飲み込まれ、ある目的のために、I always fuck this up. 生えた怒りの感情が目的そのものにとって変わり、怒るために怒るという悪循環を生み出そうとしている。芽生える Jade Vine, which is the best novel ever written. I can't possibly give you one answer for that. Temple of the Golden Pavilion by Mishima Yukio. That's the first one that comes to mind. 怒りは決して不要な感情ではない。人は生きるために様々な障害にぶつかる。それと戦い乗り越える力の原動力が怒りなのだ。その意味において怒りは人の生きる力そのものと言える。だから怒りそのものを否定したりはしない。だが、旅を That would be tabi in this case, right? Yeah. Unless maybe do.Yeah, I think that's actually 度を超えた怒りは時に目的を忘れさせる。それはすでに生きるための力ではない。頭に血が上がり、自分が何をしたかったのかも忘れてしまった、まさに暴族の状態なのだ。このような感情は僕たちにとって辛く悲しく耐えにくいもの。村人と共にある僕たちが少しずつ怒りの感情に飲み込まれて鬼に染まっていくのを私は色を見るようにはっきりと見えているのだった。人間の世界のルールはわかる。国の政策に立ち向かうには工事の力はあまりに無力だ。それに立ち向かうためには個人の域を超えた力と結束が必要になる。だが、その力を正しい方向に導くのはとても難しいこと。怒りの連鎖は怒りのために怒りを生む。生きるために怒るのではなく、怒るために怒る。I think I said that as 怒る a few times is my mistake. It's 怒る。それはただの鬼でしかない。そして、この感情は長い間静かに眠ってきた僕たちを乱暴に起こすものにしかならない。みんなが怒りに塗りつぶされていく。僕たちは平和に村人たちと共存することを知り、静かに眠りながら過ごしてきたのだ。それが起こされ、鬼ヶ淵村から鬼が湧き出したと伝えられたあの時代に戻ってしまいそうになっている。僕はみんなにどうか落ち着いてと叫ぶ。でも、怒りが怒りを増幅し合うこの悪循環に、私の声なき声など誰にも届きはしない。It is 悪循環 with Rakuten, right? Yeah, it is. それでも誰か一人の耳に届くことを信じて、僕はみんなにどうか落ち着いてと何度も叫ぶしかないのだ。 このままでは鬼が目覚めてしまうかもしれない。眠りにつき二度と蘇ることなどないはずだった鬼たちがこの騒ぎで目覚めてしまうかもしれない。What I assume you mean what got you interested in Heidegger, and do you prefer the older or newer works? Okay, so baseline, what got me interested in Heidegger was that I always heard people compare him to Japanese systems of thought. Say he was a very Japanese or Asian kind of thinker and had a lot in common with Zen Buddhism or Taoism or Shinto or these Eastern themes. So I was immediately interested in that. Technically, he's kind of obliquely referenced in Subahibi, I think. I don't think they ever mention Heidegger by name, but the original title of Subahibi is Subarashiki Hibi Furunzoku Sonzai, which means Subarashiki Hibi, discontinuous existence. And sometimes on the packaging they write that discontinuous existence in German with the word for existence being Dasein. And so I think Skaji was maybe, he probably knew about Heidegger at least, even if he didn't engage with him directly in the novel like he did Wittgenstein. So that got me more curious. And it was about in 2022 that I actually started reading Heidegger, and I just found it very compelling and really good language for a lot of things I'd felt and didn't really come to terms with until I was at that point in my life. So, and as whether I prefer the older or newer ones, I would say I have a slight preference for the later works. I think kind of the apex of it is the most contributions to philosophy into the Bremen lectures, Question Concerning Technology, The Thing, Building, Dwelling, Thinking. These are kind of the high points, I would say. But I do think you can't understand those later works unless you have that background of being in time. So I see them kind of as two sides of the same coin almost. I find those later works more helpful because they're a little less locked into a totally subjective framework. Heidegger himself criticized being in time later for that reason. 見れば男女と住民の間の対決だったのがいつの間にか住民と住民の間の対決に移っていた. Being in Time also kind of feels like a lonely work in a lot of ways. It casts Dasein as being very isolated, even though Heidegger would reject that. But I think the idea of death in the later works as being something that happens in within the context of the fourfold, as opposed to being ours and ours alone, is a little more, I don't know how to say it, pro-social. 一体何時だろう?
やかましいわ。そりゃオンドレの都合やんね。勝手にそういう風にせんといてんだ、クソババア。
What do you prefer, Milo May?
繁盛すったらんはアホンだら。おいったん抜かしよってからにこのやから。
おう、てめえ、お涼さんと知っててその口聞いとるんかいな。上等きっちゃら、おい、名乗るかいよ。やっかましいわ。その崎がなんぼのもんじゃい。わしゃ北条じゃ。ご主人着は引っ込んどらんか。おお、北条の生抜かしよった。お前、なんぼで村を売った。たまらんか、死に損ないが。いいんか。南沢には貧乏にも大勢おるん。お前んとこみたいに山に畑をうなるほど持ってる地主とわけが違う。あわしゃあの国の報奨金で十分満足しとった。町の公営住宅も手配してくれるっちゅうし、なんも不足はなかった。それをオンドレらが全部ちゃぶ台ひっくり返しちゃった。台無しにしちゃったんじゃボケ。踊れら地主の都合で人まで巻き込むなや。そんなに国と喧嘩せんかったら踊れが一人でやれ。したらん銭は誰が払うんね。踊れかいな。うちはな貧乏だし、 育ち盛りが2人もおるん。おとなしゅう国から銭をもろうて職を斡旋してもろうて人生再設計ちゅうとこなんや。それを踊れはなんじゃ。いつからお前はわしの代表になったんじゃ。お前そんなに偉いんか。ああ、おいおいおい、北条のようも抜かしたこの裏切り者がなら村から出てけ。おお、出ていったらもちろんそれに見合う銭はお前が払うんじゃろうな。わしが国からもらい損ねた銭きっちり都合つけてくれるんじゃろうな。村から出とうとも銭がないんじゃ。踊りが払うんならすぐにでも出たったろわ。
北条の言う通りだ。立ち退いてもいいと思ってる住民もいるんだぞ。御三家は俺たちを巻き込むな。
おうなんじゃい。今抜かしたのは誰じゃい。名乗らんかボケ。
残りたいやつ勝手に残ればいいだろうが。立ち退きも権利じゃ。勝手に人様の権利に干渉すんなこのダラツが。
そうじゃその先のクソババアはすっごんだい。
ああ、もちろんダム計画に同意してくださる方には見合う保証を用意いたしております。決して土地の搾取ではありませんので。
Hi everyone, playing Higurashi, getting over illness. Not as many coughs and sniffles as I thought there would be, honestly.
おんどりゃ村真っ二つに策を魂胆かい。死ねや北条。村の空気を吸う資格はねえ。今すぐ息止めて死ね。
なめんなボケがぶっ殺したら前に出るクソババア。おい引っ込まんかいデカボリ。
よー抜かした。
Honestly don't know much about his later works, but I'm quite a mystical person myself, and what I have heard about his later works really interests me. I need to grasp really Heidegger first, though. Yeah, for sure. Having the background will really help. I found that, maybe out of the later ones, the question concerning technology is a text which is pretty, I don't want to say straightforward because it's a very difficult text, but I think a lot of the themes in it are kind of prescient enough that it's easier for people to grapple with. The Bremen lectures are just really beautiful to read in any case, so I think even if you don't understand them, they're very worth reading. Definitely don't jump right into contributions to philosophy. It's almost impenetrable if you don't read everything else first.
よう抜かした北条の。
Introduction to Metaphysics is also really kind of bridges the gap well. I'll show my own lecture for it if you haven't watched it.
この園崎おりょう久々に頭血のぼってきよったわ。きっちりけじめ取らしてもらうかんな。繁盛楽しみに待っとれや。
北条やれやれ。国は俺たちに仕事と住みかと金を与えろ。
こらこら、やめなさい暴力は。お互いやめて。
つったら上等じゃ。恩師が出て今回な。
みんなが真っ赤な怒りにどんどんと染まっていく。僕はそれを黙って見てるしかできない。せめてできるのはこれから起こるかもしれない惨劇を今から、this is not wabi, I think it's takubiru or wabiru? Yeah, I think it is. Okay, yeah, wabiru ことだけだった。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。That's how she says it. ごめんなさい。そしてこの日がきっかけなのだ。この日を境に北条家と園崎家は決定的に対立し、北条家は村の中で孤立を深めていく。それは里子と聡を辛い運命へ突き落としていくということなのだ。 That's how she says it. What do you want me to do? Not say it right? It's kind of refreshing to read these really short little fragments instead of full chapters. Sorry it's so massive. I wish it wasn't. I'm trying to move to another state, and I don't want to get into the details of it, but I hope I get better fucking internet speeds in that other state. リカちゃんに聞いたら、ひょっとするとまだ裏山にいるかもしれないという話だった。サトコはあそこが大好きなのだ。キキが、はい茂りBy the way, can't thank you enough for your videos. You've inspired me to start working a similar format for a video on late Cartesian meditations Husserl without the push. Without the what now? Oh, push. Without the push of watching the Wittgenstein and Heidegger, I would have never had the guts to. I'm glad to hear that. I definitely like to watch it. I'm, you know, in all these cases, I never do what they tell me, and I never read the guys they say you should read before you understand their followers. I didn't read any Husserl before I started studying Heidegger. I read very little Bertrand Russell and Frege before I started studying Wittgenstein. But it's always nice to understand in retrospect. I would like to do one of my own on Husserl someday, but it's just there's so many people I'd rather talk about first, like Kant or Hegel or Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Kyoto School, Confucius, Alfred North Whitehead. These are the ones I would probably do next. Oi shigeru, not hai shigeri. Oi shigeri, tsuta ga karamari, kogi ga yokotowari, akebi mo taberareru. そんな裏山が大好きなのだ。Kareki, not Kogi. Watch your new video. It kind of reminds me of the older descriptions of otakus described as postmodern creatures who blend consumers and product producers and critics. Never heard that description, but it kind of makes sense. I do think that, yeah, when you look at a lot of those people back there, it's like, instead of reviewing stuff, they, like, make fan art. And, like, everything's tied back into the act of creation and community in culture creation, which I do is something I appreciate a lot. 子供なら誰もが憧れる秘密基地。サトコにとっては裏山が秘密基地なのだった。でも裏山は真っ赤の山なので、うっかりすれば迷い込んでしまいかねない危険な場所だ。そんな場所を遊び場にしていることに、鬼としては少し不安もあったけれど、どちらかというと、普段から裏山で遊んでいるサトコより、普段あまりここに来ない僕の方が戻ってしまう可能性は高そうだ。So this is Satoshi, I think. 夕方になると森の中は暗くなるのが早い。これ以上探して見つからないなら他へ行った方が良さそうだった。I don't think that's hoka. I guess that's ta. No, hoka. Okay, I hadn't seen it used as a place word before.
さとこ
思い切り大声で呼んでいるつもりだけど、森の中では声などそういう届かない。リカちゃんの話によると、最近はこの辺りに秘密基地を作っているらしく、一人で出かけてはいろいろと基地を校長して遊んでいるらしい。基地の拡張ってなんだろう? I think there's some truth to it today. There's still lots of fan artists, but there's not really manga doujin culture in the West. Maybe fanfics at most, at least in my local cons, except for some Chinese Toho fans. Yeah, no, the Chinese guys are massive, that's for sure. Yeah, I do think that's true. I do think that even in Japan, though, it's very, a lot of this stuff is shifting to an increasingly online space. Himitsukichi ってくらいだから、人には知られたくないんだろう。And or something kind of unfortunate about that. That we're losing a lot of the in-person aspect. Also, on your later video on nostalgia, have you read Foreverism by Grafton Tanner? It's on that exact topic in the new phenomenon nostalgia of younger generations. It's been getting very popular around European readers, though it's too Mark Fisherish for me to be honest. Nope, never even heard of it. Did you read it? You want to give me any insights in a couple sentences? If you know about it. だったら、人血がつけない仕掛けとかを作るのか? そこまで分かっていたなら、サトコがこの裏山にどういうものを仕掛けているのか気がつくべきだった。突然、足が地面にズボッと落ち、I just read this one the other day. 枯葉の下に隠すように、fuck. I always fuck up these one kanji spoken verbs. Okay, Kareha was right. That's Haru, right? Yeah. Fuck, I'm so stupid. 貼られていた縄跳びのようなものを引っ張ってしまう。Absolutely it is. Chum, I was actually trying to say I was going to, after I finished this visual novel, I was thinking about trying to set up my stream where I do some drawing streams and try to get back into that hobby. I'm sure you'll be glad to hear that. But I'd want to balance it, so maybe I'm thinking like I'm if I have so many hobbies I want to do, I gotta structure it in some way or another, so I was thinking maybe I could alternate days that I stream or days that I indulge in my hobbies, and one day I'd do visual novels and drawing, the other day I'd do other gaming that requires more reflexes. So I'll think about it. But yeah, it's been too long, and I'd like to. 途上の木立からカサカサバリバリとざわざわしい小杖の音が聞こえたかと思うと、僕のすぐ横に枯れ枝を丸めて大きな玉にしたようなものが降ってきた。It's not kareeda, what is that? Yes, I think it's a good way to express your creativity. Yes, and values, I guess. because I'm very good at the theoretical side, but sometimes it's good to do something in a more dynamic way too. Even if it's like shitty, it's very, it's very direct in a way that just writing isn't. And it feels very freeing. Okay, let me catch up. Air 1. I've read some of it from uni friends. The topic is quite interesting, and the approach is entertaining and very late postmodernist. Relates it to power struggle, capitalist realism. No surprise there. Hauntology. No, and I don't mean that in a dismissive way. I think there's some... Like, I talked about it in the video at least a little. It feels like a very... This is the epic Reddit word, but a late-stage capitalism thing, where it's like... We're at a stage where they're just kind of... Everything's flattened, and all the media is just in one horizontal streaming area without kind of a cultural uniting era feeling, I guess. Been wearing popularity, and I'd say it's a fun read, though it has some of this annoying post-Foucault continental style. Yeah, I when you say Mark Fisher-ish, I know what you mean. How good is your Japanese? I imagine you're pretty fluent. How did you learn it? I've been learning German for 2 years and appreciate your language learning tips. How fluent is a hard question. I have N1, which is the highest fluency certificate you can get. I'm not sure if I took that test now, I'd pass it as easily. I'd like to think I could pass N2 pretty easily if I took it. I usually don't have any problems with talking to Japanese people just in everyday speech. And how did I learn it? I talk about this a bit on my site, but I don't know. I started studying in high school at a after school language learning thing. I was lucky enough to have a city that had a Japanese society like that, and I just went on from there. I studied it in university, and then I lived in Japan for 5 years. Met with tutors a few times. My parents are nice enough to help fund some of it. サトコの大好きなトラップ遊びに違いない。目論見通りに仕掛けが動いていたら、僕の頭に検知命中していたのだろう。見事命中、not検知命中。
あらあらあら、どなたが現れたかと思えば、ニーニーではありませんの。
さとこ、ダメだよこんな遊びは。危ないじゃないか。
この先は危険だから入ってはいけないってエリン種の看板がちゃんとあったはずでございましたよ。それを無視する方には素敵なトラップの大歓迎がお待ちしておりましたよ。
危険な遊びはやめなさいと鬼として注意するべきなのが、本当に久々に見たサトコの明るい笑顔に僕は注意の言葉をそれ以上口にするのをやめる。
それよりサトコ、今日は家族みんなで食事に出かけるから夕方までには家に戻りなさいって言われてたじゃないか。
別に私お食事なんか行きたくありませんわ。お母さんとお父さん2人で行けばいいんじゃありませんの。行きたければニーニーも一緒に3人で行けばいいんですわ。
This is, I think this is the only scene I've seen in these games of Satoko talking to Nini directly, which is very cute. Interesting to watch after the context. Did you engage to any extent with Zen when in Japan? Have you practiced apart from this philosophical speculation, any other Buddhist practices? Answer to the second part is no. I've just done a lot of research. I haven't actually practiced. Meaning consistent meditation and going to a society and all that. Zen stuff mostly started when I was out of Japan, because when I was in Japan I went to a shrine more commonly. And I would still be. I would be a Shintoist if I was still in Japan or if there were shrines here. But it's hard. And I am to the extent that I read my Shinto prayers every time and try to have something like a Kamidana here. But mostly I have to do Zen because it's the closest thing. I started meditating in Japan though. But I wasn't doing it in like a full Zazen, like an orthodox Zazen style. Like in Zazen, in the tradition I'm in, and I think pretty much all Zen in Japan, you're supposed to meditate with your eyes open. And kind of like unfocused, but you're supposed to leave them open. And your hands in a specific position. And I didn't do that when I was in Japan. I meditated with my eyes closed. But I did start just like my 20 minutes a day meditation while I was there.
まだお父さんのこと怒ってるのかい?
That was only in the last year I was there though.
違うだろう。
それらはすべて今のギフの話じゃない。それどころか別々のギフとの話が入り混じっている。僕たち兄弟はお母さんの再婚のたびに違う人をお父さんと呼ばされてきた。お父さんという言葉は決して安っぽい言葉じゃない。心の底からその人のことを父だと認めなければ冗談だと言えない、そんな重い言葉なのだ。それでも僕はぎっこちない家族関係を少しでもスムーズにするためにその言葉を口にできるだけの分別があった。だが里子の年にそれを求めるのはあまりに酷な話だった？稀な話だった？酷な。Okay。里子は幼女の頃から何人ものギフとトラブルを起こし。Let me make sure I'm saying this right.ギフ。今のギフとも初対面の時から心を許していない。里子にとってお父さんという存在がすでに心を許すべきものになっていないのだ。確かに今のギフは自分の子供を持った経験はない。だから里子に対して多少感情的に接してしまったことも少しはあった。でも里子の虐待電話事件以来、ギフはそれを反証し、里子と心の交流を持とうと、本当にささやかだけれど努力を重ねている。お母さんも里子の心の傷を保護司の人に諭され、里子への家族としての接し方を少しずつ模索しているところだった。なのに、里子がそれを受け入れない。それは無理もないことなのだ。あまりに里子の幼い時代は悲しさに満ちすぎている。里子は多分僕にしか心を開かない。だから僕だけが唯一の肉親として接してあげなければ、里子の家族はこの世からいなくなってしまう。でもそれは兄弟の関係であって家族とは呼ばない。どんなにぎちこない仮の家族であってとしても少しずつの交流を重ねていけばやがては本当の家族の絆を結べるのだ。
里子、今のお父さんはだんだん優しくなってきたよ。里子と仲直りしたいっていつも言ってる。
そんなの聞いたことありませんわ。
I do mostly samatha in a somewhat Theravada-oriented manner, not very rigorously, although I had to break up with my ex because she thought it was a Rita Aces, thought it was a cult thing. That's funny.
お父さんがそれを言おうとすると聡子が逃げちゃうからだよ。お父さんももっと聡子と話をしたがってる。もうかぼちゃを無理やり食べさせたりはしないって言ってたよ。
嘘ですわ。かぼちゃを食べるまでは食卓から出ていっちゃダメって何度も注意されましたわ。
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I think some people who have a background in I don't know, Christianity or whatever sometimes have a too idealistic view of Buddhism and project what they want onto it and expect it to be like ultra rational about everything, or I guess I should say ultra empirical about everything, and not have any mysticism to it. And I do think that and they get disappointed. But I like it, you know, that's what I think the value of religion is, that you have something that's a little out of the ordinary. It isn't really even about, you know, it's not about belief, it's about what it means to perform those kind of actions. There's an old idea, which is, it's in a lot of Asian systems like Confucianism and Shinto and a lot of that the how, the why is contained in the how. Before you ask why you do it, you have to do it, and then you understand. それも今のギフの話ではない。
さとこ、とにかくニーニーと一緒に家に帰ろう。せっかくお母さんが福引きで当てたお食事券が無駄になっちゃうよ。予約制だから今日行かないと無効になっちゃう。
ニーニーだけで行けばいいんですわ。私は一人でお留守番してるのが好きなんですの。
さとこは普段こんな時間まで一人で遊んでたりはしない。今日が家族と出かける日だと事前に知られていたから、わざと一人でこんな時間まで裏山で遊んでいるのだ。いつまでも固くなな Is that a typo or something weird? No, that's how they say it apparently. That's weird. 固くななさとこにもういい加減にしろって言いたくなる短気な自分を必死に抑える。僕だけがさとこのsomething ところ。よりどころなのだ。さとこを怯えさせちゃいけない。
とにかくさとこ、帰ろう。食事に一緒に行くかどうかは帰ってから決めてもいいんじゃないかな。それにさとこに案内してもらわないと僕家に帰れない。ニーニ
ー、あれだけ何度も一緒に連れてってあげましたのに、まだここが覚えられませんの？まったくしょうがないニーニーですわね。
さとこが手を差し出す。人前ではニーニーと手をつなぐなんてもう恥ずかしいというくせに自分から手を出してくる。僕はその手を取る。さとこの華奢な手、まだまだ鬼の僕が守らなければならない。
帰ろう、さとこ。
That was really cute, but also really sad, based on everything we know. More of these are opening up now, it seems. I'm gonna read silently now. Yes, I agree with what you said. It's not fully objectifying. I can't say about the, what do you call it, the, esoteric traditions. Like, I've read a bit, you know, I don't know a lot about Tantra. I know that some of those seem to use, for lack of a better word, basically do like the tulpa thing, where you use the power of your mind to influence reality around you, and apparently there's secret techniques for doing that. But, in that case, it does seem to be more... There's a scientific aspect to it. I don't know how much of that... I'd have to learn more about that. I've never been involved in any Tantra traditions, but I did, in college I did know one guy who was a Buddhist, and I think he was from Korea, and he'd talked a bit about messing with his subtle body, and he said it's really not something you want to do if you're not experienced. It can cause permanent damage if you don't know what you're doing. This is still Satoshi, I see. But yeah, making that new video was fun. It made me... I should tell some more stories about my language school time in Japan sometime, because there were some characters in there for sure. There was a guy from Mongolia. There were quite a few people from Mongolia. There was a girl from Mongolia in my class who was really cute, and whenever she said Tokyo in English, she would say it like, Tokyo. Are you going to Tokyo? I'm from Tokyo. She said Tokyo fine in Japanese, but in English she always said Tokyo. There was also a guy from Mongolia who was like a spaz. He was crazy. But he laughed like Beavis from Beavis and Butthead, like I'm not even kidding. And I remember we were talking about like, oh, you like anime? And he's like, yeah. I like Dragon Ball. I'm watching Dragon Ball Super. Have you seen it? And I was like, I didn't want to outright say, no, it's fucking gay. But he probably would have agreed with me, maybe, actually. Because he was showing me a few things from it. And he showed me, what's his name? Zeno, the, like, little baby-looking guy who's, like, some master of the universe. It, you know, stupid shit. Who cares about what's going on in Dragon Ball now? I stopped watching after Z when I was a kid. But, he was like, yeah, this guy is, like, master of the universe. Can you believe it? He looks fucking terrible, man. And I'm like, I thought you said you liked this show. like this music a lot.どうも僕は人が見てもわかるくらいに様子がおかしかったらしい。レナは心配そうな顔していた。彼女の名はリュウグウレナ。最近引っ越してきたばかりの転校生だ。覚えている子はいないのだけど、ずいぶん昔に南沢に住んでいたらしい。もっとも彼女も南沢のことはおぼろげにしか覚えていないというか、年の近いクラスメートがミオンしかいない僕にとってはとても貴重な友人だった。普段はミオンと一緒に楽しそうにはしゃいでいるが、時折女の子らしい気遣いも見せてくれる。
具合悪いの？保健室で休んだ方がいいんじゃないかな。
What are your thoughts on funny things? You mentioned on your website that you like them. Have you had experience with them? No pressure to answer, of course. I have legally done certain substances in a state in the US where they are recreationally legal. And they were a lot of fun. Particularly the fungal kind.
ありがとう。大丈夫だよ。僕、そんなにも具合が悪そうだったかい？
They are very fun, but I don't think they're the kind of thing I would like to do very often. I don't think fucking with your brain on a deep level that much to, like more than, once a year at the most, I think, is probably wise. When I did them, I always had fun, but it kind of had like bad like hangovers, I could almost call it. The coming down was always like I'd get headaches and feel kind of, and going to sleep was always weird. I'd like have so much how do you even say it? So much like when you have your eyes closed and there's like little clouds of color that are just barely there that kind of move and jolt around that are like light reflections on the inside of your eyelids. You know what I mean? When you're trying to go to bed on psychedelics, it's like you have those, but they're like a kaleidoscope constantly of shit. But it's like they're still not there. They're like mental imagery, but it's like swirling nonsense imagery. It's hard to explain. It's hard when you've had a lot of fun and just want to go to bed, and that shit's still going even when you feel like you're coming down off of it. But I certainly think, I think they're a lot of fun to do, and I think they're worth doing at least once to see how you feel legally, of course. And I don't think they're super addictive. I don't think they're addictive unless you can get addicted to anything, but like I don't have like any addiction about them, which is good. The one thing I will say about them is I did them with some friends, which is who you want to do them with, but they can be very those have to be friends you really trust, because the biggest experience I had doing, like, I've been evasive, but I'll just say doing psilocybin mushrooms was I just felt like I didn't have any filter, and everything that came to mind I put out of my mouth really quickly, and like, man, I could see you could have the potential to get into huge arguments if you slip up and say the wrong thing to someone. So it has to be someone you really trust and don't have a lot of secrets with, or aren't afraid of super offending. Like, I could tell some stories about this sometime. I remember the first time I did them, was with one of my best friends, and I was at his house, and he got a bunch of the munchies he got a bunch of like snacks for us in case, because you're not going outside when you're on that shit for hours, and they were like these tiny bags of chips, and when you're on mushrooms, all your senses are like hypercharged, so everything tastes really, really good, like on weed when people say that, but so I was getting some food, and I saw these. He had like a box of a bunch of small bags of chips, and I went in there and I saw some Funyuns, and I like Funyuns, so I grabbed 3 of those tiny bags of Funyuns and brought them with me. And he's like, "Do you have enough chips, you fat fuck?" And I'm like, "They're small bags. It's like half air."
さとこちゃんのことで心配事？
いや、
So
そういうわけじゃないんだ。
that kind of thing can slip out. So it has to be someone you're not gonna be offended by easily. But yeah, it was fun. I mean, we just watched a bunch of anime OPs for hours. And I remember getting really touchy-feely, I would say, on that shit. Like I forgot all the unconscious little movements of my body I was doing, like jittering my leg or tapping my fingers, I was super conscious of all of a sudden, which was kind of interesting. I just felt very I felt like a lot of the social obligations drift away around you, and you just become a gorilla when you're on that shit. You just notice, I was just at his house, they're just like, more anime OPs, I want to see more cute girls. Which, I mean, isn't too far of how I am when I'm sober anyway. But. So yeah, I think they can be fun, but I don't think they're gonna teach you the secret of the universe or give you massive philosophical insight. And you should be careful, because you always think you're getting massive everything seems way deeper than it actually is on that stuff. Like when you're on weed, everyone says what if dolphins could talk, man? That kind of stuff, But it can be interesting, because you kind of, I don't know, you get aware of the social rules and roles and kind of games you play with other people a lot more quickly. Sometimes you can have really deep and kind of loving talks with people you care about, which is nice. I will say I've never done any hard, I don't know if you want to call hard psychedelics, like DMT or ayahuasca or ketamine or anything that really just puts you into, as low tier God would say, something from the other side of the numbers. But I'd like to, legally, someday before I die, go to Costa Rica or Brazil or something and do the ayahuasca trip. I don't know. 話してしまうことで僕の心が弱さを認めてしまって、もう一人の自分に侵食してくる隙間を与えてしまうような気がしたから。
さっき声をかけたらすごく驚いたでしょ。そんなにも考え事をしてるならきっと辛い悩みなんだろうなって。
I don't know how to get any of this stuff. I mean, dark web is how a lot of people do. I've never used that, but most of it's illegal. So that's why I only have done it in a state where it's legal, and that's because I have a friend who works for an airline, so he and who used to live in a state where it was legal. And we went out there, and he knew a guy who had connections. But I've never done it. I've heard that for pilots, it's actually in the U.S. for pilots, it's pretty common to do psychedelics like LSD and psilocybin because if you're a pilot in the U.S., and he's not a pilot, but he works for an airline company. But if you're a pilot, you have to get drug tested like really regularly, so you can never smoke weed, for example, because it'll show up in your piss and you'll get fired. But psychedelics like that like go out of your system immediately, so they don't leave a trace. So it's something that a lot of people in airlines do. But there are potential healing qualities. Some people with tinnitus use psychedelics to help. Yeah.
なぜか最近誰かにずっと後をつけられているような錯覚がしてね。
Yeah, I don't know about tinnitus, obviously, but what was I gonna say? I mean, I think, you know, this is in very early stages in the U.S., and there's still people still aren't interested in it at large. There's too much regulation against it, and war on drugs still keeps it from being legal. But there are a lot of people in the U.S. trying to look into psychedelic medicine and find places to implement it in states like California. And I think that's a good thing. I say, like, you know, if you're on your deathbed and everyone's around you, give everyone some fucking MDMA and cry and be happy and go out with a bang. I don't know why, but even shrooms or 2CB gave me extreme synesthesia. I remember the weird convincement that memory and particular experiences were on the same plane as sensory experience. And I feel like someone was grabbing my cheekbones every time I hear a major chord when on 2CB specifically. I don't know what 2CB is. All these new Zoomer psychedelics that... Okay. Milder than those of LSD or psilocybin, but same kind of family. Synthetic analog of mescaline. Ah, okay. Mescaline isn't mescaline what's in peyote? That's legal in some parts of the U.S. for, like, on Native American reservations. For a lot of legal drugs, it's people that are the problem, not the drugs. Obviously, yeah. I will say, I can see how, you know, I can see the potential dangers of some of this stuff. Like, when I was on LSD, I didn't think it was gonna be like, I don't think it has as negative an effect as something like alcohol at large, if we really look at it. But I understand that it does make you more impulsive, and does impair your reasoning skills and executive functioning. So I definitely do think, you know, there has to be some way for people to be responsible with it. But so I don't know. I guess the point is, I wouldn't be surprised if, yes, maybe they are a mild, how do I want to say it? Maybe they make society a little more dangerous on average, on the whole, if you took the overall effect of them. But I think it's a mild enough level of increased danger that it really it should be legal still. Like alcohol, right, leads to a lot of increased danger still, but, you know, for the sake of freedom, it's important for it to be legal, I think. Vinmilin was common in the UK and France from the 70s, like milder LSD plus MDMA. Okay, there you go. People use this as a party drug. Makes sense. Getting into CCRU territory.
したしたペタペタだからそれかと思ってってごめん僕は一体何を言ってるんだか
足音ついてくるの？
え
But yeah, they do say if you peel back any of the highest ranking Zen abbots and highest ranking Buddhists in the Western world, somewhere down the line you're gonna find that they did LSD in the 60s probably. And that's how they got into it. No, I want Rika! Ah! I'll get to it soon. It was ignorant of me not to know this, but I recently found out that music is illegal in Afghanistan. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's like, I mean, they say the most orthodox fundamentalist Islam doesn't allow music. Although you know, this is one of those YouTube travel videos. It's not the kind of thing that, you know, take it for what it's worth, but I've heard, based on what he was saying, nobody actually follows that law, and it's almost impossible to enforce. But, yeah, pretty nuts. I don't even think it is I think it's the only Islamic state that probably carries out that level of fundamentalism. I don't think even Iran, I think they just ban, like, public performances and public dancing. I would fucking kill myself if I had to live somewhere with no music. That you're not allowed to play it in public, sure, of course. Yeah, it's... Forbidding listening to music is hard to enforce. Yeah, and like in this guy's video, for example, he was in a taxi cab and the taxi guy was playing it. But yeah, they destroy instruments where musicians playing. I know, and it's really sad because there's a lot of, you know, traditional musical forms that will be lost because of that. Or only survive in diaspora. Musicians destroy their instruments so as to stay safe. Yeah, or probably hide them too. A lot of the times. I remember reading a fact, which was an interesting factoid, that apparently, after Mao's death in China in 1976, there was a really big earthquake, like one of the biggest in Chinese history. Maybe not in Chinese history, but really big one. And apparently it was extra destructive because a lot of houses, even really old sturdy ones, had their foundations hollowed out because so many people during the Cultural Revolution would hollow out their walls to hide their subversive literature and art and possessions and writings in. Which, good for them. Guess I brought that up because I hate laws and authority. They decide so much stupid bullshit. Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I don't know if you feel this, but I do feel like maybe one silver lining is I feel like I see a lot less people dismissing all criticism of fundamentalist Islam as Islamophobia or like discrimination. I don't even, you know, I kind of take the Sam Harris line on this. I don't like the term Islamophobia because, you know, we don't have a word about this for crazy fundamentalist Christianity or Judaism or other religions that are insanely fundamentalist and against freedom and stuff, but we do about Islam in a way that kind of gets hijacked on the questions of racism. But I do feel like I don't know, the era of that is just, I feel like people are waking up a little more to the idea that you can, there's a lot to be critical about there. I never see anyone talk about it. Yeah, and I mean, I guess... Not sure if anything has changed. Yeah, I guess it's probably depends on the country. I mean, fundamentalist Islam is more of a threat in Europe than it is in the US, at least, I think. In any case, I don't think it's like the big topic most people are concerned with these days. European Uni, there's a lot of push towards blending far left into Islam. We've had to assist several conferences of Islamic feminism, which is an oxymoron in itself. Yeah, I think there is something like this in the US too. This is gonna sound conspiratorial, but it is true. The number one foreign funder of US universities is not China, it's not Russia, it's Qatar. And a lot of that is kind of, I think there's a lot of subversive attempts for Muslim fundamentalists and Islamists to hijack kind of anti-imperialist left-wing discourse and try to lump stuff in. Yeah. And kind of obscure those lines and ride that wave. Which is, I mean, it probably has a lot of... There's some historical maybe roots to that. I know the Islamic world was a lot less conservative in like the 60s and 70s. And people like the PLO were like Marxist and more secular. So there are roots there. But I do feel like there's that kind of hijacking, which I feel like dupes a lot of people. Where I live, natives are rarely religious, so we imported tons of Islamic people, never conceptualized that might have very different ideas that aren't just gone by adapting to the new country. Yeah, and I you know, I'm not in those places, but I do think it's a lot of places in Northern Europe, like especially the Nordic countries, have a reputation of being very clannish and kind of like Japanese society, kind of not rude to strangers, but very more insular and not kind of open and friendly like the stereotype of Americans and even maybe like some Western European, Southern European countries are. So I think that makes integration even harder. But with the Taliban deciding in Afghanistan, obviously not something everyone agrees with. Yeah, that's like fringe of the fringe of the fringe. And most of it boiled down to abiding by the laws of Islam comes from decision, unlike Christianity in the West, and that making it somewhat empowering is countercultural. Yeah, that is interesting to think about. A lot of people do talk about that it's one of the reasons Islamic Reformation is really hard, because there's no, like, Pope in Islam. So, say what you will about Catholicism, and there's a lot of retrograde ideas there, but eventually, you know, when the Vatican councils happen and they make proclamations, it does have to catch up to the rest of the Catholic world in one way or another. And it gets to a point where there are some, like, trad caths who, like, say Vatican II was a mistake and it was all false, but I don't think those people have a lot of pull, because I mean, think about it. At that point, it's very, at that point, just think about what you're saying, that God put like, I think I had this revelation when listening to some guy who was one of those anti-Vatican II tradcats talk about what you have to do in order to be saved in that idea, which is like, you have to find some cool tradcath guy who will perform the rite in this specific way, and you have to do that even though the rest of the world, and it's like, okay, at a certain point, how that's so many ridiculous hoops you have to jump through that this can't be it. Come on, Chief. Don't some of your still sick cooking that was not just an allergy? I'm getting better. Probably was just an allergy. Maybe I had a bit of a fever, but I got a COVID test, so it will soon. Thank you. I'm pretty much well. I just kind of have a bit of mucus still. Kind of hate Nordic culture. It just seems worse than Japanese. Seems just worse than Japanese. Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to it one way or another. It seems like in Japanese there's at least maybe more performative niceness, whereas the stereotype I have of Nordic people is a bit more reserved, but reserved in a way that's kind of cold, almost like not friendly. Whereas in Japan, there's a lot of effort to really be friendly, but it's just very fake is a bad way to say it, even though that's kind of, it's a social nicety, so it like, you could say it's insincere, but like at a certain level it's like you're, even that insincerity has a position in making people, what do you call it? Making society feel smooth. Respecting others' privacy and stuff, right? So there's public social self and the private self. Yeah. That avoids the topic of the content of the doctrine for itself, how the possibility of choosing Islam opposed to culturally more acceptable forms already having a decisional as having content. Most of post-colonialism auto-positions itself outside of a positive cultural a priori. You're going to have to get a little more in depth about what you mean by that. Busybodying. Yeah, that's no fun. It's too bad because I don't know. This is one of those sociological things which is hard to prove, but I've heard a lot of people say that cultures that are more cold and have colder weather and are farther up north can be a lot more busybodying like that, just because maybe it evolved out of a culture where you where you have to spend more time with each other indoors. And so there had to be a lot of trust. Although they say that about Japan too, that because it's very, not a lot of space, so people had to live close to each other. So they also had to have a lot of trust, and there's a lot of natural disasters. So people have to live together. Won't send my message for some reason, huh? Framework of critique and the determination of the cultural identities is free and non-cultural. Most of them have to presuppose identity and a reason of difference that is hierarchically superior to others. I guess I'd have to do more research to have an opinion about that. But yeah, I don't know. I've heard that about. There's a anthropological term of what are called like tight and loose cultures. Loose cultures being that tight cultures try to enforce cultural norms more stringently, and loose cultures don't. And a lot of that probably comes down to how close people live to each other in some cases. It's weird though, because like the Nordic countries have the best internet laws. Mostly. They have like the most libertarian internet laws. That's why a lot of the edgy sites always host themselves in Iceland or Sweden. Netherlands has pretty good internet laws too. And depending on your I guess, depending on what you want, in some cases, a lot of the Eastern Euro countries and also have the best internet laws, but those are probably just because they don't care very much. And they're best about some things more than others, I guess, like that may be outdated because a lot of sites are blocked in Nordic countries with experience. They have to set a VPN to a country outside of them. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I was about to qualify that because I think it depends what we're talking about. Like, this is what I've heard at least. I don't know if it's still true. But, like, for some form, like, probably stuff like Lolicon is not gonna be as friendly in places like Sweden because they have strong laws about it. But I think when it comes to like, and whatever you want to think about this stuff like doxing or private information, I think a lot of those websites, Nordic laws kind of allow people to do that more. I might be mistaken. Or it might be about copyright. Like, it's easy. I don't know. I just know a lot of, like, Library Genesis and Sci-Hub and a lot of those websites that host, like, content that's normally behind paywalls and make it free. I think a lot of those are hosted in, like, Nordic countries. And Netherlands. I think Netherlands does a lot, too. But the best for, like, anything like copyright is usually obviously going to be like Russia and Eastern Europe and places that don't care because they're poor, to put it bluntly, or like Southeast Asia or tiny islands or stuff like that. UK laws are the worst. When I was doing my study abroad, I had to watch anything in SFWI through the VPN or ask the phone company, ask for sort of license. That's yeah, that is crazy to me. And it sucks because a lot of other countries will probably want to do something more like that in general. That's why I'm not using fucking Discord after they have this new update where I'm not giving my fucking ID or picture of myself to these motherfuckers. You crazy? That said, I don't really use Discord that much anyway. I mostly use it for IRL people, and the few IRL people I talk to on Discord agree with me, so we're looking for an alternative. I think sites dedicated to doxing are kind of in the crossfire, so they may or may not get blocked. Yeah, I think, the scale and potential risk of those has increased a lot, so certain laws about that might have changed in recent years. And that, I guess, out of all of these things, I feel like that's probably the one they have the best authority to be suspicious about, but I still don't like the idea of the government kind of getting involved and leveraging that. But at least know about a popular site the population uses for doxing and stalking is so likely used that as much of a hot topic as it is, it's still allowed. Yeah. It's just, I mean, it's a very hard thing to clamp down on. If you're comfortable with answering that, what's your political orientation in the more general scale, just out of curiosity? Someone asked this the other day. How would I say this? I go back and forth a lot, and it depends where I am. So, the first thing I would say is there's a difference between what I think an ideal society should look like, or would look like, and what I think can actually get done. What I think is actually possible, or likely, or pragmatic. So, that's the first distinction to make. And ideally, whenever I do one of those political compass tests, which I have mixed feelings about, but I always end up on the bottom left libertarian quadrant of them. So, in a lot of ways, I would consider myself like in terms of economics, very left-leaning. Like pragmatically, I would say a social democrat. Of course, ideally, I'd love to live in a utopia where no one has to work and AIs do everything for us, and we all live on UBI and have the time to play games all day and all that. So I guess social democrat in that sense. I just I also don't like copyright, and an ideal world wouldn't have any copyright. I'm not even necessarily sure I like the idea of patents, but I think copyright is really oppressive, and the world functioned before copyright was a thing. It functioned in a capitalist way before copyright was a thing in the 30s, and things went just fine. So, in that sense, I would say more liberal, but it's kind of hard for me because in affect, I would say I can come across as a very conservative person. I like tradition. I like history. I like long-rooted cultures. I like that kind of thing. And I'm a big fan of free information and open data, open software, all the Free Software Foundation kind of points. And then I care a lot about conserving the environment, so I would say kind of my most extreme ideas of regulation have to do with regulating the abilities of companies to pollute. And individuals. So I don't really feel like there's any ideal, I don't have a political tribe I'm necessarily loyal to. I just when I vote, I try to vote for whoever most aligns to those values and I think can do things. I'm also very big on free speech and free expression. So even when it's at a little, even when it has the potential to be kind of dangerous, I like to err on the side of liberty when it comes to speaking things. I'm a big proponent of decisions of the ACLU about free speech and free assembly. Big fan of the American First Amendment. I don't necessarily align with a lot of the other more quote-unquote libertarian fringes of American politics. Like, I don't care a lot about Second Amendment gun ownership, and I think that a lot of companies have too much freedom, but when it comes to speech, I'm pretty extreme about it. I'd say I'm somewhat close to that. Was just curious, and most people that have met that are interested in Heidegger are sort of wild cards in any direction, not necessarily as a bad thing. Yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that for sure. Because Heidegger was kind of a wild card, right? He was Nazi, literally, but also, had a lot of influence on the postmodern left in France, and is kind of the patriarch of that whole tradition, so. It's a weird combo. I do go back and forth about some free speech as devoted as I am to free speech, the one thing that I find very hard to deal with it is questions about AIs and bots. And my instinct is to say that, you know, I don't like AI art, I don't like talking to AIs and being around AIs. I think people should have the freedom to use them. I know that AIs can and will do a lot of great things for society, especially in the medical field. I mean, if there's going to be an AI that's 99% effective at detecting cancers and a doctor that's only 94%, how are you going to say we're not going to use the AI instead? But I don't know. If I was king of the world, I would want a law that tells me at least that I always have to know when I'm talking to an AI or looking at something that was made by an AI. But that's going to be almost impossible to control. And that's frightening. And I really don't know what we're gonna do about that. And it's something I think about a lot. Put a wrench in everything, they have far too much freedom skirted around all the laws. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm not a big fan of copyright laws in general, but I do think that at least there's a human element of, you know, there's an etiquette thing about stealing someone's work. Even though I feel like maybe in an ideal world, everyone would be so unattached to what they create that they don't care if other people take credit for it. But as a historian, I want to know what people create. Yeah, I single-handedly made me hate capitalism. Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way right now. I kind of do too. But yeah, I mean, that's one reason I want to get back into my drawing is, you know, whether it's hopeless or not, it's important to still draw as a human to show that we're still out there doing it, I guess. But I wouldn't be streaming that on YouTube. I'd have to find another site, because I'd probably want to draw or use, like, not just ecchi material, but 18 plus material as a reference. All those Eat the Rich Muppets had it right, unintentionally otherwise. Yeah, I do. I kind of feel that way too.
先日買ったかぼちゃがまだだいぶ残ってるみたいなんですもの。
Kind of art would you do? Just drawing. Digital. I use my tablet to draw pictures of what else? Cute girls.
きっと今夜もかぼちゃの煮物三昧なのです。かわいそかわいそなのです。あらかじめかぼちゃが出てくると分かっているのも憂鬱でございますわね。
Chum, if you're still we haven't talked outside of the stream in a while, but you mentioned drawing something for me or whatever. But if you're still... I don't use Discord very much because of their gay new verification, but I still have you added on Element if you ever want to talk on there. I'm on there every day.
リカにだって少しは嫌いな食べ物があるはずですわよ。そういえばリカ、大福とかシュークリームとか甘いものが嫌いだったんではございませんこと？別に嫌いではないのです。意地悪で食べないだけなのですよ。食べる気なら何個でも食べられちゃいますのです。パンプキンパイだって美味しくいただけますのですよ。ミパーミパー。リカだけ好き嫌いがないなんてずるいですわ。
Yeah, Whenever people leave, I'm leaving too, like a true lemming. Sure. No, that's usually how it goes, right? It's good to diversify, even though it's kind of annoying to open 3 different apps for messaging. It's good to do your part to not let one of them have a monopoly on everything. Only thing I think Element didn't have that Discord did when I was looking at it was the ability to... I don't know if you can stream to Element. But I'd need to look into it more. There might be a plugin you'd have to download to do it. I've never tried calling someone on voice on Element, but it's possible, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it is... the AI stuff is pretty crazy. Because, you know... a lot of the times you'd mock the commies for saying, like, oh yeah, the proletariat's gonna rise up and take on the capitalist class. Well, that's never gonna happen. Dream on. But I think if one thing could, it would be the amount of wealth displacement and lost jobs that are gonna happen because of AI. And the weirdest and worst part is, it's like, it seems like it's gonna be the white-collar jobs that go first. It's gonna be like the doctors and the computer programmers, and not the plumbers. So yeah, if all the people with master's degrees have to spend all their time digging ditches to funnel the water supply to power the AI cooling towers, that could be a bloody revolution. I'm just gonna say.
いらっしゃいいらっしゃい。おや、リカちゃま、いらっしゃい。お買い物かい？偉いね。
ニパー、僕はお買い物ができる偉い子なのです。
But in any case, it's been the king for kind of long. It's about time it gets displaced like Skype, MSN, IRC, TeamSpeak, or whatever people have used has. Yeah, I mean, it happens.
そうかそうか。リカちゃまは偉いな。ほら、偉い子のご褒美にこれをあげよう。
Monopoly's bigger now than it's ever been, so the concept of big things getting replaced seems to have gotten stretched out time-wise considerably. Yeah, I do think that is true. I say it always happens, but I do think you're right there. Like, you know, fuck. How long has YouTube been the... Will YouTube ever be replaced? Probably not. It will never be replaced... It will never be replaced with something that tries to do what YouTube does. If that makes sense. Like, for that kind of decentralized video sharing website, even though, you know, obviously it's been corpified, I don't think anything can ever fully replace YouTube. But, at this point, but it will, until it just becomes, like, more fashionable to do something else. Like, you know, Unless YouTube tries to, you know... I mean, I guess the way the monopolies are now is they try to integrate whatever the other sites are doing. And I guess I'm guilty of it because I'm supporting YouTube doing it. Like, you know... YouTube was king for video sharing, but not for streaming. You had to go to Twitch to stream. So then YouTube integrated streaming, and then integrated Shorts to compete with TikTok and all that, so... I don't know. Whatever the new site is would have to involve, like, pornography or racial slurs or something. Deliberately anti-corporate to make sure YouTube doesn't co-opt it, which would be base. But yeah, before I do any drawing, I gotta finish Higurashi, man. It's been I'm too in the clutch. Not playing anything else. Not watching. Well, that's a lie. I am watching anime, but yeah. I've been watching Ranma half. It's really, really good. I feel like it's one of the last anime from my childhood that I only knew online, but was like, I had crushes on characters from it and wanted to watch it, but I couldn't. I had a lot of those shows, and because I didn't know about torrenting because I was dumb. But almost all of them I've seen in full now, and Ranma's like the last one I haven't. So I'm happy to watch it. I had a big crush on Akane when I was a kid.
Oh yeah? リカちゃまのところは今日は何だい？豚のひき肉だと。
But honestly, watching it now, Shampoo is probably better than Akane.
ハンバーグなのですよ。お花の形の目玉焼きを乗っけてケチャップでお絵かきをするのです。
それはいいね。
I like to watch my anime, but I never know what to watch. And when I do watch something, I usually don't get that into it anymore. Yeah, I always watch them before I go to bed. It's a good way to unwind. Sometimes I have it open in one window while I'm doing some mindless HTML work in another window on my Linux install. Isn't Neon Genesis Evangelion the best anime that was ever made? I mean, it's up there. It's so loved universally that I guess it doesn't feel cool to say that anymore, but I'm not gonna change the facts just because it's not cool to say. It is one of the best. そんなやりとりを楽しみながら私は買い物袋の中を少しずつ満たしていく。No, the best anime ever made is Jungle Deiko. And if you disagree, you're gay. But yeah, Ranma was really good. I also watched all of Maison Ikoku by Takanashi before, which is also nice. Seems like a little bit of an older crowd, a little bit more serious, but I like Ranma better because I'm a baby. "100 Girlfriends" sounds like my kind of thing. Maison Ikoku? I can put it in chat. Oh, or Jungle Deiko. No, this is the best anime ever made. Look it up and you'll see why. Battle Angel Lead, also great. Interesting, yeah, I assume you mean the manga or the anime? Because there's an OVA of it, right? I watched the OVA of Battle Angel Alita, and it was kind of weird because I watched it with my friend, like right before it got picked up and remade as that Hollywood movie, and we were both so befuddled, like, why did they pick this random IP? I think maybe it was that Del Tiamoro guy, the Pan's Labyrinth guy who made it, I think. Maybe that's why, someone with a little more taste. I watched the Hollywood movie version of it in when I was in Japan because I had a friend who wanted to go see it. And I mean, it's not good, but honestly, like, it for a anime adaptation made by Hollywood, it was pretty faithful, which was surprising. Meisoni Koku is the one Takahashi manga I really should try out that I haven't. Haven't read the manga, so I can't say, but the anime was great. It's really good. Really charming. Tosho koso hojo ken ni douchou suru tachinoki. What do you think of certain franchises like Science Adventure or Type Moon? Science Adventure, that's the Steins Gate guys, right? Yeah, I've read Chaos Head and Steins Gate, and I love them both. Never read any of the later Steins Gate VNs, although I'm sure they're good. And Type Moon, I read Tsukihime, and I like it a lot. And I read, like, maybe a third of no, more than that. Maybe like half of Kagetsutoya. And I liked that as well, but I didn't finish it. It wasn't really grabbing me that much. Fate Stay Night is definitely on a short list of, like, the next 10 VNs I want to play. But not after this. I need something shorter. I've always been a sucker for, like, the archetypal Chuuni stuff, and I think a lot of the archetypal Chuuni-bio kind of shit started with Type Moon. So I kind of have to like it. Main character leader is exactly the sort of thing we're missing from media these days. I think I could probably... Badass, but she's still a girl and cute. Yeah, I feel like that was a thing that was really big in the late 80s, early 90s in OVAs. They'd have these action shows with a, you know, strong female protagonist, you could say, but also cute and girly. And I do like that. One, there was one OVA I watched a while back called Why Does Jungle Deiko have a 5.88 on IMDb? Because most people who watch anime are fucking gay and fucking pussies. That's the answer. Mahoyo is nice. It's a bit shorter than the other Type Moon VNs that follows only one straight plot. Okay, I'll look at it. Not into cute and feminine things or fall in love. Yeah, I agree. I watched one a while back called Armitage Third, or I think they said like Armitage. I'll write that in there in case you look it up. Yeah, it looks like Armitage 3, but they say it Armitage Sado, like Armitage Third. And that was like that. I didn't love it because I think it dragged too long, but the main girl was very cute and the story was kind of interesting, but it was also kind of it was a little based and red-pilled, if you will. What was the story of this? Because it was about the colonization of Mars. Yeah, it was something about They created like female hot robots for guys who went to colonize Mars, and the women on Earth were mad about it and had them destroy the ones on Mars because everyone wanted to move there. It was something like that. I will say I'll never get a fuck it. I hope I never get so lonely that I have like a AI waifu that I chat to. Like at that point I'll just stick to my imagination. I feel like that's somehow less sad. Even if I'm fucking celibate for life. Because I feel like that's less sinister in a way. I feel like at least you know it's your imagination. If someone is not in anime, what should they watch? Jungle Deiko, Armitage, or Meisai Ikoku? If you like stuff that is funny, and if you're the more you're a normie, the more you should watch Meisai Ikoku. Armitage is like in the middle, and the more you like silly things and jiggling tits, you should watch Jungle Deiko. And if you like silly things, jiggling tits, that means you like anime for the right reasons. I'm being a little facetious, but not really. I had that experience. I watched Strike Witches with one of my friends recently, and I love Strike Witches because it's if you don't know what Strike Witches is, look it up. Watch it too, by the way. It's like a alternate history of World War II, but they were aliens, so we can enjoy all the cool stuff about Japan being strong, but not war crimes, because they were aliens. Woo! But there's aliens who come to Earth, and there's these girls who have to fight them from all around the world, who are like schoolgirls who wear buruma pantsu and like have their panties exposed all the time and fly through the air and fight aliens like that, and it's great. And I watched it with my friend, and we were watching the first episode, and he's been into anime since he was a kid, but he was watching this and he was like, now I kind of know how guys at my school felt when they told me anime is retarded. And I was like, that's why it's great. But yeah, I do, I will say that, you know, I don't want to be doomer-pilled about AI all night, but, you know, I'm proud to say I don't think I use AI for anything in my life right now. I've never used it to write a resume, never used it to do any artwork, for God's sakes, no. Never used it to help me write a speech or anything on my website. But, the more, if there was one area where I feel like I would be tempted, it would be having an AI write code for me for my website. So, like, if I wanted to try to have an I've wanted to do certain things on my website that I just don't know, I'm not good enough at HTML and coding to do yet, like having a weather tracker or interactive maps or stuff. And I feel like I would be tempted to be like, talk to an AI and say, edit the code of this HTML page to make a map of the world that tracks cities in Japan by how much snow they get or something like that. And I feel like I should resist that because there's a, you know, there might have been a part of me one day where I would have been very, very pompously and arrogantly, I should say, looked down on that like, oh, that's just coding, that's not real. That's not art or culture. That's just mechanical stuff. But no, there's an art to coding. And I have so much respect for people who can do that kind of stuff and learn the ins and outs of writing good code and programming. And I hope I don't fall to that temptation. But at the same time, I do have some parts of my websites that use, like, you know, APIs from Google that I have no fucking clue how they work. So I've already automated some of it to some degree. So I don't know. It's a moral qualm I'll have to think about. Anyway, is Kill la Kill considered an ultra normie anime too? Don't think it's on the level of Naruto or One Piece. Yeah, that's true. Kill la Kill is the normie version of Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, though. Undoubtedly. I have a friend who's fucking obsessed with Gurren Lagann. It's like his defining media piece in his entire life. And I can't blame him. It's a very good anime. It doesn't quite hit me on the level it hits him, but it's a great show, for sure. And there's a lot of good Yoko tits in it, so that's good. That's something else. When we were on Mushrooms, we were watching just episodes of our favorite shows, and some of the shit we said has become like inside jokes because it was so funny. Everything's funny when you're on shrooms, of course, but we were watching the episode of Gurren Lagann where Nia cuts her hair, and my friend just, when he saw her, just went, "Short hair, Nia!" This fucking bellowing ape. I don't know this word. Waki something. Waki ai. Okay. I keep looking back and thinking this is the Chilean flag. That's Chile, right? Yeah. Chile is blue there, white, and red, and Texas is the one that's a solid blue stripe on the side. Does Chile have a star? I don't think it does. I think it's just blue. Fuck, now I gotta look this up. It does have one star.
さとこ、僕も拾いますですよ。大丈夫ですわよ、リカ。
After this chapter, I think I'm gonna, or fragment, I guess is what these are called. I'm gonna take like 15 minutes, I think.
リカ、皆さん。お買い物が終わりましたら行きましょうです、さとこ。ええ。
Man, after I finish this, I haven't been, I probably shouldn't, because I got that Suako figure not too long ago, and I need to save up for moving, and I don't know. I think they've figured out the tariffs and shit, so I don't know if all this tariff bullshit is gonna fuck with my international orders anymore. But after I finish this, I really do kind of want to get a Rika figure as a celebration. I'll have to look into them and see what the prices are like. Is this like a lolly community? No, not really. Figures are so expensive, but just one can't work. Can't hurt. Yeah. If it's less than $100, I think that's an easy call. If it's in the 100 to 200 range, because like there's some shit on the website that I like, and there's some shit I don't know about. Yeah, I mean, some people have a problem with it, I guess. Entire multiple instruments for the same cost. Yeah, I definitely see the appeal of buying physical manga. I've thought about it too. I'm wondering if some of these other fragments are gonna... I'm imagining some of these other fragments, if I click on them again, they're gonna work. But I guess I'll just go through... I guess I'm just planning to go through them in order, read all the ones that are open, and then do it again. Curious what happens after we watch all these, but don't spoil it for me, of course. It's a nice what do you call it? It's a nice it's a nice feeling to kind of recapture all the stuff we know, seeing it in a new light. How is this game called? This is called Higurashi no Naku Koro ni. This is chapter 8 in particular, which is the last of 7 chapters. Nipah simulator. Did everyone see that there's a virus in India called Nipah virus, Nipah? The jokes write themselves. I was gonna have a image of it on a stream as a joke, but others have already made it. There we go. Okay. Let me take a pause. I made some multiple saves just in case I fucked things up, but I don't think this is gonna fuck up. Yeah, I had a friend who was just in India, so I asked him about it when he came back. He was safe though, luckily. Okay, back in 15 minutes.
Mechanic.
Once in a while I need a friend, so why won't you let me recover? It's just a moment in your life, but sometimes we divide each other. Maybe we could find a time, eliminate what's on your mind. We do everything we could, our presence in the neighborhood. We could break every rule anytime.
Alright. Get back to Nipa. Is it weird that Troll Pack is one of my favorite slow feg tunes? If it is, then I'm weird too, because it's definitely one of my favorites. I would go so far as to say that was the song that made me love slow feg or slow feg. I don't know how you even say it actually. Hiberno Latin Invasion. I haven't listened to that in a long time. That was... it's good. This album... Yeah, I have heard this album, but it's always that other album with Troll Pack on it that I return to, Down Among the Dead Men. I should give Atavism another listen. But a great band in general, obviously. Twilight of the Idols and Down Among the Dead Men, those are kind of the albums I return to most, especially Down Among the Dead Men. And then Traveler, I remember some great songs from. Atavism, that album I remember liking, but haven't heard it in forever. Yeah, it's an album called Atavism, apparently.
ひょっとしてダムに関わるお話ですか?
Slough was one of those bands I only remember, like, Troll Pack is one of the only songs I remember as a song. A lot of them I remember really liking the albums, but I normally listen to them all the way through and don't distinguish the songs a lot. Except Troll Pack, because it's so weird and unusual.
Yeah, ダムの話ではない。
Site really likes skipping my messages. I mean, I'm seeing them all. Even if they're not on the screen, I'm seeing most, I think, in the chat on my Streamlabs.
この村に関わる、いや、この村のご先祖様たちにも関わる、とても大事な問題だ。私は入り婿だ。だから古出家の本当の血を受け継ぐお前とリカにはよく聞いてほしい。お前たちは普通の人間ではないのだ。
僕はお社様の生まれ変わりなのですよ。
Good to know. I see. I think they should. Let me. Yeah, they looks like they're on there. Sometimes I don't know if it's a YouTube thing or a me thing or a Stream Elements thing, but sometimes my chat in the window seems to just get stuck once in a while, and I have to like turn it off and on again. doesn't look like that's happened. Sometimes there's just a bit of a delay, and maybe sometimes your messages arrive out of order.
リカ、そういうのは口にしてはいけません。
The truth is, though, I don't know. I feel like... What was I gonna say? Fuck. Oh, just, I have this chat on the screen as kind of a habit from when I was on Twitch, as like a record of what people were saying in chat and what I was talking to, but the truth is that YouTube actually saves the chats with the VODs. I guess it's convenient to have it on the same screen, so they're right next to each other, but... I don't know.
そういう話はリカのいないところでしましょう。それでなくても集会所のお年寄りたちがリカに妙なことばかり吹き込んで、
そのお社様の生まれ変わりというのがどうも本当らしいのだ。
はあ？
少し長い話になる。二人ともしばらく黙って私の話を聞きなさい。この村には大昔からある病気があるのだ。それはこの地にだけある特別な病気、風土病というものらしい。それにはこの村に住む者が全員かかっている。今この村に住んでいる者だけではない。大昔から住んでいたご先祖様たちもみんなずっとこの病気にかかってきたのだ。
そんな、だって私たちはみんな普通に生活していますよ。この村だけの病気なんて聞いたこともない。
落ち着きなさい。その病気はな、この村にいる限り何も問題はないのだ。だがこの村を出て遠くの地へ行くと発病してしまう。わかるか？
わかるわけないでしょ。何のことだかさっぱり。
お社様のたたりと
Never heard from Rika's parents before, I think. Feel free to recommend you something sometime, because I hardly ever watch anything. Shit, I mean, honestly, I've been slacking, so it's, I might not be the best guy to ask. I have been going very slowly since, before starting Ranma. Because I was going really slowly, so I figured I should watch something I'm really motivated to watch, that I think I'll adore. So I'm more motivated to keep watching. I'm looking up this 100 girlfriends on my anime list. If you want to see something silly, go for it. Been watching seasonals? No, I never keep up with anything modern. Not that I'm not one of those. Well, I'm a little bit of an anime boomer, but not so much that I reject everything new. But I just don't. I don't like keeping up with seasonal stuff at all.
この村から離れるとたたりがあるのと同じなのだ。
What's the? You know what the Japanese name of that 100 girlfriends is? Because I'm trying to look it up on my anime list and... Oh, I think I found it. Kimi no koto ga dai daisuki no 100人の彼女. Yeah, that's the title of it. This looks good. A harem series in 2023? My god.
つまりお社様のたたりだとご先祖様たちが代々恐れてきたのはこの村だけにしかない風土病のせいだったのだ。
そんなことあるわけないです。だって 私たちだって時には村を離れることもあるじゃないですか。村の人だって仕事で遠くへ出かける人だっているし、海外に出かける人だって。
うん、それは長い長い時間を経て病気が徐々に弱まってきたかららしい。
I got what is it? I suck at reading manga. I always just read Higurashi, my VNs, and play my games and watch my anime and never have time to read manga. It's bad because I do think that manga is usually better than anime because it has more freedom to do what it wants.
だがそれがダム戦争のせいでおかしくなったらしい。ダム戦争で
I started reading one called
熱に浮かされたように興奮している状態にあるのはみんなも分かっているだろう。
or 7 billion needles. Yeah, and I'm not very far in it, but it's a good, it looks like a good setting for a story.
そういう興奮状態や情緒不安定な状態はこの病気を悪化させてしまうらしいのだ。
よく話が分かりませんけど、つまりこの大昔からタタリだと呼んできたものは全てその病気の仕業だとおっしゃるんですね。
そうだ、お社様の作った決まりは全てこの病気から村人を守るための決まりだったのだ。
そんな、それじゃお社様は神様ではなく病気が正体なんですか？そんなこと古出家代々のご先祖様たちに説明できますか？
落ち着きなさい。お社様の信仰は変わらない。お社様がひなみ沢を見守ってくださることに何の変わりもない。お社様のたたりを再現する病気がこの村には大昔からあったということ、それだけなんだ。
そんなのは認められません。そんなこと亡くなった先代や先々代に説明できますか？古出家数百年の伝統に対する、いえお社様に対する冒涜です。そんなことをあなたに吹き込んだのは誰ですか？失礼極まりない。大地、そんな変な病気が実在するという証拠があるんですか？
ある。
それはどんな、誰が？
厚生省と国立感染症予防研究所の方からだ。病原体もすでに特定され、現在治療方法などを研究している最中だという。先週実際にその資料や標本などを見せてもらった。厚生省の方はこの病気をひなみ沢症候群と呼んでいるらしい。
そんな。
ひなみ沢症候群は普通に生活している分には何も影響のない無害なものらしい。だがひなみ沢を遠く離れたり精神や情緒が不安定になったりすると発病しやすくなるという。発病すると妄想などに取りつかれ、最悪の場合異常行動に出ることもあるらしい。この病気は戦争中に発見されたんだそうだ。戦地でひなみ沢の兵隊だけ異常な病気を起こすことがあるのに、偉い学者の先生が気がついて研究がずっと進められてきたんだという。その辺の話はだいぶ詳しくしてもらったんだが、難しい内容だったので私の口からはこれ以上うまく説明できん。もし私の説明では納得できんというなら、お前も直接話を聞いてみればいい。私だって最初は何をバカなことを、お社様を冒涜する気かと憤慨していたのだから。その病気を研究するために入江診療所が作られたというんだ。あそこは表向きはただの診療所ということになっているが、実際は病気を調べるための隠し研究所らしい。
秘密で研究しているなんてうさんくさいじゃないですか。それも厚生省がやっていることなら堂々とやればいいじゃないですか。
厚生省 There you go.
いや、そうはいかんらしい。この病気の実態を把握しないまま存在するという事実だけが不十分な知識で広まってしまったら、病気を持っている人たちはもちろん無関係の人々も勘違いした差別を受けることになる。ひなみ沢の人間は皆怪しげな病気にかかっていて、そのせいでとんでもないことをするかもしれないなどという噂が日本中に知れ渡ったら大変だ。 厚生省もそのことを心配していて、この病気については厳重に伏せた上で治療を目指すらしい。勘違いするな。私たちを見せ物にするというんじゃないぞ。この病気を根絶させ、この村を病気から解放しようとしているのだ。
The way this, spoilers by the way, if anyone doesn't speak Japanese and wants to read this in English, mute me for a minute. The way this kind of explains the mysterious, unexplainable part in terms of science kind of reminds me of the ending of Ever 17. Oh fuck, I guess I spoiled that one too.
自給自足ができていた大昔ならともかく、現代では村から一歩も出ずに生活など成り立たん。村から出るだけで発病するかもしれない病気など、村人にとってどれほど危険なものかわかるだろ。繰り返しになるが、昨今反ダム戦争で村全体が強い興奮状態にあって、ひなみ沢症候群にとって非常に良くない状態にあるらしい。
もし村人がおかしくなって大変なことをしたら、きっとマスコミがパシャパシャでいっぱいなのです。
そうだ。うん。そうなったからでは手遅れなのだ。
そんないきなり言われても信用できませんわ。本当に相手は国の人？変な詐欺に騙されてるんじゃないですか？
信用できんのも無理はない。先方は研究所はいつでも見に来ていいと言っている。私はもう見せてもらっているが、あれは詐欺とかそういうレベルではない。ゴグラの大病院でもあんな大掛かりな設備はないぞ。お前も私の話に納得できないなら、研究所で詳しい話を聞かせてもらうといい。私よりもっと詳しく説明してくれる。
Which reminds me, I do really want to read that Remember 11.
向こうは研究所の
Too
説
many
明で
good
も納
VNs
得
to
でき
choose
ない
to
な
read
ら、
next.
東京の国立研究所で説明してもいいし、厚生省の本庁舎で直接説明してもいいと
After this, I
言っ
was
ている。
looking. There's just a silly OVA that I like that has an original VN it's based on for the PC98. So I might try to read that after this before going into Crescendo, which you recommended, which I definitely want to read soon.
でも信じる信じないは別にして、それが私たちにどういう関係があるんですか？
That hopefully won't take too long.
フルデケは
I don't even think it's a full. I don't even know how full of a VN it is. It's this PC98. I think it's like a. It's kind of like almost a collection of mini games with VN-ish intro scenes, maybe.
そして8代続いて女子が生まれれば、その8代目はお社様の生まれ変わりであるとも。
そうですわ。私が7代目、リカが8代目。でもそれとその病気に何の関係があるというんです？
うん。このひなみ沢症候群という病気はある種の寄生虫によるらしい。
And when Rika defeats everything and grows up and manages to pass 85 years old, I'm gonna go back in time to the 90s when I was a kid and magically be older and marry her and give birth to the 9th generation. And I said after she's 18, okay?
虫といってもものすごく小さい。
Yep, can't do it on YouTube, but that's fine. Sometimes I like to. That's why I said I like to mix it up. I'd like to do some streams on a more private site. I don't know what a good one would be. I guess joystick.tv is one that I've heard people recommend or I've heard people try to shill that allows NSFW stuff. And I mean, there's Pomf.
人の目には決して見えんくらいに。
But that one's a little.
その虫たちには親分割
Not
が
sure
い
how
ると
much
いう
I want to advertise that on YouTube that I'm streaming on Pomf.
まさかそれがフルデ家だとおっしゃるんですか？
その親分割の寄生虫は代々フルデ家の直系だけに受け継がれるらしい。つまり先代はお前、今はリカだ。
バカしい。そんな話やっぱりおかしいですわ。大体ですね、 寄生虫なんてそんな気持ち悪いもの。
だから落ち着きなさい。私では説明が下手だ。専門の人に説明を受けなさい。そして彼らが言うには、この病気の治療を研究するためには親分核の研究が不可欠だというのだ。
Not everything has to be streamed. Of course not. Of course. I just I do like to stream it as well sometimes.
嫌です。そんな怪しげな研究まっぴらごめんですし、理科だってそんな研究には関わらせません。
だから
Like I read, you know, and it doesn't mean if I'm gonna stream it, it doesn't mean I have to read the whole you know, the whole thing on stream, obviously. Like I read not as much as I should, but I do read Higurashi off stream between these as well.
彼らの研究では、ひなみ沢症候群は村から離れると発病するのではなく、親分核から離れると発病するということらしいのだ。お前も小さかった頃、村人から神通力があると言われていたことがあるだろう。
One of the reasons I like to stream it is I feel like it's good for me to get some Japanese practice by reading aloud, and I feel like I have more motivation to do that if I stream it.
遠方に出かけ、片頭痛などにかかったお年寄りが
Read at least some of it out loud, that is.
たちまち頭痛が消えたという神通力。それこそが親分核の証拠でもあるというのだ。フルデの血には発病者を救う力がある。それを研究するのは治療薬を見つけるためにもとても重要なことなのだそうだ。
僕を研究すると村のみんなが助かるのですか？
先方はそう言っている。
その病気は村の全員がかかっているのですか？僕もみんなも里子も。
村に住む人間全員だけでなく、沖宮に住む親類なども全て含むそうだ。多分何千人という規模になるだろう。それだけの大変な病気だから、厚生省がわざわざたくさんの予算を投じて専門の研究所を作ってくれたのだ。
私は反対です。理科をそんな怪しげな研究の生贄にするだなんて。
僕はいいのですよ。僕が生贄で里子が助かるなら全然平気なのです。
理科は黙っていなさい。
What a sweet girl.
とにかく絶対反対です。あなたにそんな妙なことを吹き込んだ人たちには私が直接会ってはっきりとお断りをします。理科を変な実験で殺されてたまるものですか？大体理科はフルデ家のたった一人の後継ぎなんですよ。もしものことがあればフルデの血はここで絶えてしまうかもしれないじゃないですか。あなたはもっとですね、フルデの家のことを考えていただかないと。
The internet changed a lot. Several years ago, my stream got auto-banned because there's a boob on it. I didn't realize that Twitch has a filter that detects it. Oh, you mean you didn't realize they had a, like, something that filters your stream to auto-ban you?
そんなだから村の人たちに日和見主義とかなんとか言われて。大体おかしいじゃないですか。建設省は村をダムに沈める、厚生省は村の病気を治す。何が何だかさっぱりわからないです。
厚生省はこの病気は環境の変化で大変発病しやすいと警告していて、建設庁に対しダム計画を中止するよう働きかけてくれているそうだ。だからお前も研究所を見せてもらいなさい。あれだけの大設備をダム湖に沈むかもしれない土地に建てるわけがない。
僕はもう寝ますです。父さん、僕はいつでも協力するとその人たちに言っておいてくださいなのです。
リカ、そんなことお母さんに断りなく勝手に決めちゃいけません。リカ
Defend you before you do anything that doesn't work. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's a reason that it's hard to play eroge on these sites because, you know, obviously the H scenes don't come out of nowhere, so a lot of the time you can pre your stream with something to block the bad parts, but if you're reading it for the first time, you don't know if they might sneak a nipple or two in before the scene begins, and games should be free to do that.
待ちなさい。
I think I'm starting my first Japanese VN soon, after I figure out how to set up text tractors and stuff, and I'm really considering on doing Tsukihime, but I fear that might be too much for a first. Well, excuse me. It depends. Are you going to read it in Japanese, or are you going to try to use the text tractor to auto-translate it for you? And yes, I would agree. Tsukihime doesn't have voice acting. I would do one with voice acting. Honestly, also, one I've never done this, but one you've read before might be a good one to try to do, like maybe a short one. I'd say important points to try to do are short, and voice acting, and kinda on the easy side to understand, not a lot of complicated vocabulary. Although I guess that point's kind of obvious. It depends what your level of Japanese is like too, of course. One that a lot of them recommend is Hanahira, which is not a great VN, but it is very easy to read. Or does Prob Sayano-uta? I was gonna suggest that if you hadn't read that or would be willing to read it again, Sayano-uta is probably a good one. Although I guess Sayano-uta does also, from what I remember, it has a lot of monologue parts, like a lot of parts without dialogue scenes. And I feel like something with a lot of dialogue is also helpful. Because it's easier to follow when there's voice acting. Excuse me. And, excuse me, and when there's a lot of it. But, yeah, I mean, there's not going to be one that's ever perfect, so I'd say go for one and just pick it. And maybe try to do a moege of some kind. Something like most romance-centered ones, like the classic Keyworks, which I haven't read even, are probably good choices. Even if they're maybe not as short as would be ideal. Sayano-uta's novelistic, so there's narration and dialogue. That's what I was thinking. I also feel like some of the more novelistic ones that have like big paragraphs can get a little daunting if you're new to Japanese. Like Higurashi, everything's in these smaller sentences, so it's not that bad. But I read Swan Song in Japanese, and that was a great VN. But that has like huge, not huge, but like it's more novelistic, like you say. So there's like large paragraphs on the screen a lot of the time. Stream 1cc in Ketsui. I already have. Well, I haven't streamed it, but I have a 1-all in Ketsui. I mean, fuck it, I could, you know what? Fuck it, let's see how much since you said that, you made me want to see how much I remember. It's not gonna be a lot.
Company Limited. Are you ready?
Yes, I think it's, actually, hold on. I'm gonna reset this. Because, I need to turn the volume down. Yeah, I do, I think I can agree on that. The loop requirements are just kind of, they're outdated. Mushihime-sama did it much better, where you can just choose the, difficulty. This isn't an all-the-time thing, by the way. Just because you suggest, I want to see you do this, doesn't mean I'm going to automatically do it. But in your case, you made me want to. And now, for whatever reason, it isn't showing up. There we go. Okay. I'm not going to be looking at chat as quickly while I'm playing this, obviously, because I need to focus, but I'll look between stages. Man, this is easier than UFO. I mean, I say that because I played it for almost a year, I guess, but... And this is stage 1, of course. I get that, but... Okay, I'm gonna have to train myself not to try to death bomb Toho style. Somehow once you see Destiny mode on PS4 that doesn't include the requirements, much more chill. Gotcha. Originally you need 6 deaths, bombs combined or less to enter the loop, or no deaths, bombs to enter the true loop, which is simply unfun. Yeah, there are people who believe it's harder to enter it than just to clear it. Yeah, That sounds... I don't know if that's true or not. I've seen a video of the TLB in this game and it looks pretty insane. But I do, excuse me. I do think that loop requirements like that are kind of bullshit. Like, it should have just been... One, it shouldn't have even had a loop. You should have just been able to choose Ura from the beginning. And two, if they did have a loop, it should have been Dodonpachi style where as long as you clear it, you can access the loop. And if that's too easy, then just make the loop even harder. Simple. I doubt I'll ever have anything to do with loops in this game, or any of the cave games, honestly, which sucks to say, but there's just too many good games to 1cc for my lifetime. I'm happy to be a 1cc hunter and not stick with anything to become a super player in. Going back to Toho games for the Lunatic clears is about as far as I'll go. Will you fucking die? Bomber! Oh, fuck. Oh, come on. Fuck you. This game has pretty good music, but unfortunately I would say that I do think it's a step below Dodonpachi Daiojo and Espgaluda when it comes to the best music I've heard in cave games. Out of the ones I've 1cc'd, that is. And yeah, the new games I haven't played as much, so I can't say. I have heard a lot of the Dodonpachi Daiojo soundtrack, and that soundtrack is fucking amazing. Definitely. DOJ, Ketsui, Galuda, EOSD, PCBIN, the Toho games. It's no contest, but they are both fearsome competitors. Imagine being a shooting game fan back then, and you had those three in the arcade and those Toho games coming out at Comiket. The world would be a magical place. I mean, it's still a magical place because we get to play them for free, but Oh yeah, I forgot you could die on that and still get the 1-up. I thought you had to no miss, no vomit. I guess it's just because I always made myself no miss, no vomit. Same type of game for sure. Yeah, and I think you had Ikaruga around that time too. Which I haven't played, but, you know, is a cult classic too, obviously. Zune was inspired by it, obviously. He's a big Treasure fan. Yeah, I played it a little, and obviously I think the idea behind it is super cool. I just haven't dedicated time to really understanding it. Okay, now we're coming into the run ender zone. No lives or resources starting stage 4. Honestly, I'm happy I got this far being out of practice. Got journal approved. Yeah, I don't know. For whatever reason, that's the shooting game that got picked up in the West. And I mean, it's not like it's a bad game. But yeah, I don't know how that happens. I guess... Oops. I guess it just got journal approved, and yeah, I guess shows how much more power journalists had back then, I guess. Stage 3 on easy, yeah. I guess the gimmick is pretty easy to understand. And cool, I should say, obviously. Okay, we're down to a 2cc now. Let's see how many coins I need to clear this. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure. Like, all good shooting games should be, right? For the most part. I haven't played it enough. I shouldn't really be talking about it, but... I do appreciate how this game is pretty easy. I mean, it's not easy, but it's kind of... I don't have to do a PhD master's thesis on remembering all the stage routes necessarily to get decently far. It's one of the more straightforward of this era of cave games. And I like Baroque, esoteric, weird mechanic shooters like Great Fairy Wars and shit, for example, but there's definitely a charm in something that is a lot more straightforward. I haven't played the PS4 version of this, but I do think it adds some stuff which I can see being cool, like that thing on the side that shows you how far you are in the level. Okay, third coin. Let's go. Have to stay locked on that one. Yeah, Pierce Knight takes some idea from Good Spirit, they're worse than away, of course. A lot of streaming and hurting, and some mindfuck how I ignore it. Yeah, this this boss, the boss I just beat there, the fourth stage boss. Fourth stage boss? Yeah. Was kind of the first one that I felt kind of confused about what to do on some of those patterns. Best cave port. I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of people seem to play it and like it. I just can't support... I can never support Sony after they censored Senran Kagura on the PS4, so... So let's call my being lazy and a cheapskate that. Too close to the bottom of the screen here. I remember you have to get up in a lot of enemies' faces on this level. Especially these guys. These will shit all over you if you let them live. Hug the hug bullets and stream the stream bullets. Yeah, that's true. Man, this stage is a killer. But that's obvious. This is the hardest part of the stage portions. I remember this part being fucking brutal. Fourth credit? Fifth credit? Fourth, I think. Fine playing it on MAME. Yeah, you should play it on what do you call it? Retro Arch or Shmup Arch, because it has a lot of input lag on MAME, and it doesn't on Shmup Arch. But I don't know. That's circa 2020 at least. I don't know what modern ports of MAME are like. Emulation world moves fast, and I'm not always up to date. And yes, Batrider's one of the greats, for sure. Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't been ported, because Garega has a port now, right? But game licenses and rights are always fucked. Yeah, you've done your time in Batrider for sure. I still remember those streams where you were getting really frustrated with your milking on the first boss, Conflict. And I bet you don't miss getting fucked by Conflict being... Oh yeah, I like this track a lot. This is one of the best tracks in the game. I like it when Cave is a lot more like... Cave soundtracks get all dancey and drum and bassy and sometimes even dubsteppy like in Saidaio Joe. It's good shit. Fuck. Washing machine. Somehow, that was one of those moments where you just magically pass through bullets in a cave game. Really unforgiving, really random, and really long. Yep, that makes sense. That's exactly what I'd think. Okay, well that was a 1cc plus 5 extra coins. I believe that almost nobody mastered it. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, this is an amazing game. Definitely one of the best from Cave. But unfortunately, like you say, it's just not one I could see myself excuse me, going any deeper on. Because the way you'd go deeper for scoring is looping it, and that's just not fun. Of course, I'm not really that type of guy with shmups anyway. I'm just a lowly 1cc collector. Don't really like the art or music. I would... Well, when you say art, do you mean the art in the stage portions, or, like, the other stuff? Because I would say the art, like, the sprite work and everything is... Oh, the art looks really plastic. Yeah, I kind of see what you mean, almost. I don't think I think it's good. But I do think something like Espgaluda, for example, looks much, much better. And even Esbraid, actually. The music... Games are kind of ugly here. I wouldn't say that. I think that Diojo and Espgaluda both look really good. In their own way. Maybe not really good. I don't know if they look like... I don't know if they look as good as, like, maybe, I don't know, some Toho games, or... Maybe Esbraid is one of the better looking cave games, actually, even though I like these other 3 games much better as games. And Guange I've only played a little, but Guange, Dungeon Feveron, I like those look really, really good. Maybe a little better than these 3 too. But I think Espgaluda looks really good. Diojo looks pretty good. Ketsui is probably the worst looking of them, although I still think the sprite work is pretty nice. And the red and blue, as you said, very nice design-wise for the bullets. And Espgaluda 2, yeah, Espgaluda 2 looks beautiful. I've only played it on a arcade cab in Japan a couple times, but it looks gorgeous. And so do most of their other more modern era games, like the ones after that, like Saidiojo. As for the music, I think Espgaluda and Dodonpachi have excellent music, and Ketsui is a step below those. I would say, like, the music is not as memorable in Ketsui, although there are some pretty good tracks. Yeah, I'd say the music, I like, how do I describe it? I like, I guess, the instrumentation and the tone of the music, but, like, the rhythms, there aren't a lot of songs in Ketsui that I can, like, hum in my head and, like, stick with me after the game's over, if that makes sense. Like, atmospherically it's good, but the composition isn't as great as Espgaluda or Dodonpachi Diojo. Wouldn't make your top 100, damn. Shmup OSTs. Well, all the classic Tohos have to be high up there for me. Batrider is definitely up there. That's probably better than any cave game. What else is good? I haven't played as many as you have. So after that, I'd probably go for, like, Espgaluda, Dodonpachi, just because those are most of the other shmups I've played a lot of. Daifukatsu, Dungan Fever on both Mushi's all strong. That's interesting. I liked the Mushihime-sama soundtracks. I just don't remember them as much. But I'm kind of like, I'm a weirdo when it comes to this, where I normally don't listen to video game music unless I'm playing the game. And that means that I don't listen to it if I haven't played the game, and then when I'm done with it, I don't listen to it a lot unless I'm playing the game again. There are exceptions. Yeah, I got a 1-all in Maho Daisakusen, and it definitely had some great music, for sure. Definitely felt very Rising, like, really good bass. Kind of rockin' and electronic at the same time. Not super spacey, futuristic, but kind of a grittiness to it. That's how I describe the Batrider and Maho Daisakusen music. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying that on the basis of 2 games. Who knows what the rest is like. Yeah, the racing one. I know, I haven't played it, but I know about it. I thought S-Braid also had, so, anyone who knows when I was playing S-Braid, I think S-Braid has pretty solid music, but there's one song in it called Raging Deicide, which has an awesome sounding name, but the song got on my nerves because it's super repetitive and it plays for every boss. It's just like over and over during the boss battles. And I'm like, come on. Wanted something else. But like the final stage music in Esprade is chef's kiss. Love that song. I don't know what it is about it. I don't know. It just got on my nerves because it's like it is very hype. I don't know. Maybe it was just I played the game too long and it got on my nerves. It just could have used a refrain or a little more elaboration, I guess. Maybe I'm a scrub because it's just a sign I'm not killing the bosses quick enough. I do see. Everyone does seem to love that song, and I'm not gonna say it's bad. It might just be. Also, it just might be some lingering Toho bias coming into Cave, where you kind of feel like it's kind of a waste that all the bosses have the same music. But obviously, it's different in a Toho game because the boss battles are like half of the time you're playing. But whereas they're a minority in Cave games, except for the final. But yeah. I guess I felt that about the last boss in Esprade especially, because the presentation is so cool. And part of me was like, this epic of a boss and it's still just the same music? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I also, that shmup was also a very big level up game for me. It kicked my ass, so it took me quite a while. Yeah, exactly, that kind of thing. And I mean, the first Zelda game is like, what, 2 songs? For the overworld and the dungeons? Still a great game, obviously. I'll tell you what the reward at the end of this game should be after all these fragments is Keiichi goes to Angelamoto and every single girl is there serving him. That would be the kind of happy end that you deserve after going through the same thing for hundreds of years.
作業だよ。全員腹をくくれよ。それで分けて持った証拠は各自が責任を持って隠すんだ。
Yeah, I get you. I mean, I know it's kind of... Yeah, that is weird. I mean, I get that it's not the main kind of focus of Higurashi, but there's fan servicey stuff mixed into these games. Or at least, like, you know, comedic otaku stuff.
自分だけ罪が軽いから自首しようなんてずる抜けは許されってわけさ。
Oh yeah, that was fantastic. Okay, I'm gonna stop here. Probably won't stream tomorrow, but I think I most likely will on Sunday, but we just have